Yo, what's everybody? We are back. Sorry I'm running late today. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I just, take a second. Just got everything set up. Literally everything set up. Got stuff working last night. About dinner time. Had a little bit of time. Yeah, I guess after stream I had a little bit of time. The wife was finishing up a game. But I drew out some diagrams. Figured out a different way to think about it. So, what we did, we were just adding a position based off of what increment of the angle we're trying to add in is, but that didn't quite work. So, had the idea that the back legs need to go this way and the front legs need to go this way, but really they're just on different segments of the curve. So I decided to just get the vector of each control. Got the length and the angle of that, and then I increased the angle by the increment that we want. If that makes sense. So right now we have straight walk guy. Take this, I'm gonna go 8 degrees, hopefully. I think I got that done pretty early. I had a little bit of time, so I got it to work on everything and to just pre-select hands and feet. Hopefully this will work on maybe anything. We just have to try it and see where it breaks. But if I run this, oh, actually, you know what? I didn't test this. Okay. Drop this for a second. Deselect everything. Oh, you know what? I'm obviously doing it on the wrong set of numbers. So that's straight. We're looking to affect 100 through 150. Weird, it let it run before. Ignore that. Yeah, okay, so that's just straight. And then this should be a turning animate. Not too shabby, right? I'm pretty happy with it. May not be perfect, but it's so much better than and yeah, we could throw it through Unity and see how it loops, because that is the final place we're going to use it, so it's probably best to do it there. But yeah, it fits my idea of the inner limbs should crunch, the outer limbs should get a little bit wider, and it does move everything in direction. So there might be some minor adjustments we could do, but it's a solid start. I mean, it's maybe not as pushed over as it should be, but it's definitely not. It would be stretched, and it still has a bend, so it's better. And I might say kind of good enough. I want to see how badly it breaks when it loops. Check the game export. Okay, so this is walk right. Oh yeah, let's try it on the left. Make sure it's working everywhere. So, sorry, copying interface, going from 80 to 95. Goes to copying it there. Or do we go to 120 to 135? Okay, nothing there. Oops. Meant that. Okay, so it's a straight walk. Then we'll take this and change this to -8. Hit the thing again. Okay, copy the keys. That's straight. We'll change the time to the correct time. I mean, I could kind of automate this. Getting the correct time range. I mean, it's not too bad. Walk this way. Walk this way. I haven't heard Aerosmith in a minute. How are you, Craigie? What are you up to today? Ready to maybe do a Python version of this? Might not be perfect, but let me tell you, I am happier to have this than doing it all by hand. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion of what it is. It's that I'm using the distance that the control is from the center of the circle at each time instead of keeping it at its original distance. But for some reason, original distance really made it spaz out. Yeah, I was thinking we could definitely do a Blender version. With a little assistance, with some careful guidance. I don't know. All right, so in the new daylight, maybe I see it's a little bit more scuffed. But yeah, normally this arm would be like under his chest, so it's something. All right, let's add this in. And I wonder if this would work on a hop. Also, kind of interested in doing maybe a higher angle, lower radius. Linking those would be nice too. Simplifying all of this would be good. But we'll see. One thing at a time. I'm happy to have gotten here. At least we have like mirrored animations. Kind of go left and right. And again, what if that's a problem? What if this is just supposed to be a larger angle that it's going around? Or even if the radius is kind of... I don't know. I could play with it. Feeling lazy. Oh, I don't think I opened Java today. Okay, we'll do that if we're actually going to test it, which we might. It's only a little scuffed. Till Catalyst gets here. It's like, where's the blender? And then we'll open the blender. This is the same line, except with the original distance. So like the first distance we record, from center to the control. And this is current, which that distance is going to change. So I kind of get that it would drift. It would not be keeping the correct spacing. But when we do this, I have a hunch. Okay, so now we're walking straight again. And we'll try this. Let's set up. And then look at how messed up this is. Like that's the end. My fault. Should we start here when we do it? Nope. Like I could believe that the last framework. Just so odd. Going through all the keys that have been sorted. And then if we're at the first key, we get the original distance. I don't really get why everything messes up so much. If we just change the distance that we're multiplying that. But that's fine. Some things I don't understand. I'll leave it like that for now. Again, somehow the difference between working and not working. Catastrophic failure. Love that. Gotta love it. I guess it's better than marginal differences that are hard to tell. Like rendering, man, if I was working on like coding rendering engines and stuff, sometimes they're like, look, we made improvements. And I'm just like, I guess you must have had reference. You must have something that you're testing against. Because to me, some of the things aren't just like, oh my God, that's night and day. It's like the value changed a little bit. Like the HDR bit that clips the levels, that's bright white and filling up everything is bigger instead of, you know, a couple pixels smaller. Like, I don't see it. Maybe I'm colorblind. Maybe it's like, oh, it's cyan instead of white. Okay. You copy that again. I think that's okay. And angle distance will just be the current distance that it is before we are rotating it. Yeah, I don't know. Sure. Yeah, we'll see. Check right. That goes left. We will figure out if it loops. I do wonder if we did 2 walk cycles and we did like the turn animation thing for both of them, would we clip in the center where they're both adhering to being around the same length? You know what I mean? Offset from where we're doing the transition from straight to turn. You could play with it, but I just want to see how bad the loop is for now. That'll be something that we fix up later. Future stuff. Okay, give me 1 second. One second. Let me open up Unity. There it is. Okay, let's try this. And I had a tab wake up. Now I have mystery sounds. Grr, arg. Mystery sounds, where are you coming from? Okay, found it. Okay, we were importing. That's questionable. What you importing? Did I save something into there? Worried. Okay, here's work. Why are you importing? That makes me feel like something went wrong. Alright. It's on another monitor. Here we go. Go into enemy setup. We have a scene. Like maybe we need to Clean this up a bit. Create empty. Previous enemies. And then hide everything. Maybe that. And there's probably some other stuff we should talk about. And you may or may not be the floor. There we go. Place to receive. Temp Geo with everything else. We will have a mass restructuring at some point. So I guess we can use the game exporter and push it straight in to the project. So we don't have an idle. Trying to figure out if we have something we can use organically. Too much movement for an idle? And we can just play it like really slow, I guess. Plus 11 to 12. Low effort. Just completely honest about that. Path. Open up to. That's a place. A new place to live. You are Ragon? Nick. Choose. You've been chosen. Zip file prefix. Anims. Boot. Settings. Only one, please. It takes a little bit longer, but I don't like all the clutter. And if I have to go and I'd rather make the change and sit there for a second than like the scramble to figure out where everything is. I think that's all we need. Exporto. And then we will save this off as a new scene. And test in Unity. Really quickly. And then we'll probably come back and we'll make a little interface and then maybe a window to house that interface. Or we could also switch to Blender. You're just here to keep me talking to the camera? Do you have any animations? Like, if this was useful, we could port it to Blender, but if it's not useful, then we're just porting a useless tool. I don't know, Craigie, tell me what you want. Also, yeah, if Catless was here, Catless had some, like, real requests. I think they're doable, even though I would think just doing a full animation might be easier. Doing a full walk and then getting it to turn 2 ways, it's like reasonable to me. To do like all of the artistry to get a straight forward walk. And then get, 2 more animations out of it that really should just be shifted slightly. But yeah, doing half a walk and then duping it over, I don't know if that's going to work perfect. I think that's always going to need a little tweaking. Okay, click to export, right? Wait, hello? Huh? Gave me a log file. Okay. Why does that not feel right? This also says anims. Why are you not being a prefix? Maybe that is what I want. I don't know. I'm confused. Where'd it go? It should be importing. Where did I create that folder? Oh. Up on. I'm in the wrong folder. You need the folder. Silly me. Wait, if you're just here to keep me talking to the camera, what kind of distraction is this? What operation is going on behind my back? I'm on to you. Evidently not enough, but you know. Soon. Okay, wait, we're good? I think we're good. Now the import. It is just anims. I swear it said prefix. Jerk sometimes. You know that technology, all of technology. And that took a second, which makes me not enthused to correct it. So I could export, and that'll work in the background on a separate file. Hello textures. Why do you like have a normal applied, but just like so wrong? Alright, move this one and this one and walk. Oh, we could try it for the top. Kind of works though. Okay, I think I'll loop, apply. That's good. Goes in. Sure, of course, of everything. Good, good. Strip most. Nice. Teeny tiny. Wait, one of these might be. Probably should name that better. Man, that texture being applied just wherever. So weird. But I don't think it brought the textures in. It might have them embedded somewhere. They're definitely not on the material. So odd sometimes. We need a animator controller. A state substate machine. I think we should do a blend tree. And this will be named forward. Need one. Good. Here we go. Do 2D simple directional. Forward and right. Okay, so we'll have 2 at 0, x, 1 at -1, 1 at 1, 0, 1, 1. Open this up. Idle. Here it is. Idle will be 0, 0. Walk will be 0, 1. Left is -1. Right. 1. And what else do we have to do? I think it's something about the rig and putting in generic, create from this model, root node. Root. I could look at another one. Let's see if I remember. I mean, that looks really good to me. Right? Right? I don't think we need to change that. That looks so good. Oh yeah, we're not rotating the center. His spine. It's a little stiff, but legs are exactly what I need. Oh, perfect. Yes. A little frog shimmy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What if you told me about a YouTube channel that shows almost cool stuff? I mean, what category would it almost be cool in? I like it. I'm happy. We have a script to make it happen, so we can run this on everything now. The power. I love it. I love it. Bask in the glory of Froge. Almost always goes too far. So something that shows barely cool stuff. I guess I would take a cursory glance at said YouTube channel. Is it that one that you showed before that I was like, oh my god, the clickbait titles are amazing? Because I saw that they put out a new one recently that was like, oh my god, can you believe this this hair system was, or this moss system was Blender hair, and I was like, yeah, there's only a couple of ways that you're really gonna do a moss. I can think of like maybe 3 viable ways to do moss, and yeah, that's one of the prominent ones. Has a lot of jokes, most of them too bland to move your mouth corners. Then you're definitely not talking about this old Tony, because he's amazing. Uh, I mean, what's with the anticipation? Just tell me already. Hey, Land 3D, how are you? Hey, it's Froge. Froge is looping. And blending. Don't mind the texture. What are you up to today? Anything interesting? UI art design this morning. Ooh. So I'm testing this animation. So I made a looping walk cycle, and then I made a script that would turn it into a like walk right and a walk left, so that way we can actually get characters to turn in animations. And now I'm just testing it for the first time. I'm very satisfied with it. We're wondering if it's a little bit scuffed, but it seems to be getting the job done. I have to add a little bit of the torso bending in. But very satisfied. Can I do some world building now? That sounds awesome. Called I Did a Thing. I've definitely seen I Did a Thing. I Did a Thing is really entertaining. Like really entertaining, yeah. uh, yeah, I think I liked the life-size Fatal Beyblade. That was a good one. I mean, he has a lot of good content, but that one, that one stands out. Cool. Sweet, Lan, did you ever get your shader working? Seemed like a magic shader to me. I don't know how one just stores animations in a texture. Crazy. Yeah, I hope you got that working. That's cool. It kind of looks like we have one gimpy arm. Though it could just be the we didn't do anything with the poles, the pole vectors. Pushed it forward but found new blockers. Sounds good. That's life, right? I am psyched about this. Gonna cut down my animation work by a third, by 2/3 even. I guess we could make tighter turns so we could actually make a lot more animations than we used to. It's officially stuck. You've handed it off to one of the devs you work with to do more art stuff. While you do more art stuff. Sounds good. Yeah, you should only go so far, right? Before you're wasting time. this is cool. So we have to make a UI for this Maya tool. Something that pretty much does this, and then if you need to add controls, custom controls for a custom rig, that should theoretically work. I'll have to do that. Yeah, what kind of world building are you doing? World building always sounds fantastic. Okay, so, GUI. It's been a little while. Need a procedure, like turn animation GUI. We'll do the GUI first, and then we'll do a window after, I think. And I have to do more world building. Gotta figure out a good pipeline for that. Your prototype 2.0 is ugly, so you need to port some assets, hook them up, plug them into your level generator, tweak some values so there's unique scales and rotates on objects. Sounds cool. Interesting. Yeah, sounds like you're a little bit farther than I am. I'm still at the point where I'm keeping everything ugly. Like, I'm making enemies that look good because there's... I don't want to waste my time making something that's ugly just to be a placeholder. So I'm like trying to make cool enemies and seeing how good they are so we can like keep iterating on enemy design. Yeah, the game itself is pretty ugly right now. I'm trying to keep it that way until it's definitely fun. Oh yeah, characters are less iteration, I think. Like you do more iteration in the concept stage. But yeah, I'm cutting concept out and I'm kind of just like iterating. Keep my sculpting and character creation skills sharp while also figuring out what's right for the game. So we'll make this GUI window. Okay. Cool. And this will eventually get called in here before we do parent GUI or this. You do a lot of concepts from your zoomed out game view. Pop character concepts into that, UI everything, test in Photoshop before you do anything in Unity basically. That sounds cool. Sounds like a good way to do it. Yeah, I tend to prototype in 3D more, but it has its drawbacks. Definitely not saying it's superior in any way. It might have some advantages when you're doing VR stuff, I guess. It's harder to conceptualize in 2D and then have everyone understand it and then bring it into 3D and have it still have the same feel. But it's kind of a sheep of a different color. You had a Blender problem today. Do tell. You made a shader node texture with masks. Okay, that sounds cool. You do an iterative process, rough 2D, rough 3D, slightly more polished 2D, over the 3D, slightly more polished 3D. That sounds cool. How big is your team? I'm alone. It's just one guy, so everything's slow. When you add the masks to the texture, the material starts to glow. Is it supposed to? You said Blender problems. I assume it's not supposed to be emissive. As in give off light. Yep. Understood. You want art, one pure dev, one tech artist, one biz dev guy. Sounds pretty solid. Sounds very cool. Yeah, I pause art to do programming and yeah, all of the user interface stuff like once a year, once every 6 months, I'll go in and kind of like shuffle things around and have like a new idea of how things should be laid out. But man, so much to do. All right, GUI. So we need column layouts. So going to be turn anim GUI call. This should be able to house pretty much everything. You're branching out into coding and shaders? UI, UX, cool. That's dope. Yeah, how's your coding? I love coding myself. It's one of those things I started in 3D doing like modeling, and then I guess I was prone to being a tech artist, and I ended up making tools and learning to code in Maya. It's a lot of fun. And then after that, I think I just got sucked into programming and stopped doing art for a few years. Your animations are placeholder for sure. Yeah, with nice 3D characters and rigs. Yeah, same here. I'm definitely not good at anything you see that you're like, oh, that's not too bad. Like, it's because I just keep kind of doing the same thing, and somehow I've gotten better. Yeah, last year at this time I was working on I think a wolf, and it looks terrible. Should probably go back and redo the whole thing. And Cryogi, you're not supposed to. You set all emissive to 0. Are you doing anything with? So you can mix shaders and you can mix textures into a shader. Do you have another shader also plugged in that has emissive? Or do you somehow have your shader working on certain channels that don't call the emissive? When you remove the mask, there's no light. That's really interesting. You enjoy it so far? Started at the beginning of the project about a year and a half to 2 years ago, which was your first language code you wrote at all. Very part-time. Uber steep learning curve. Starting to mellow out, you think? Sounds good. Yeah, it must be a bit stressful to do it like in an environment where people depend on you, like while you're learning. I know like when I was starting to get more serious and I was like transferring my Mel knowledge into C#, I started working with a team that like helped me transfer some of my code at first just by giving me tips and kind of telling me what's wrong and answering questions. And then gave me like a task or two that I could try, that would be small tasks that I would have a long time to try and figure out. And that was cool. That worked really well for me to actually create something that would be useful for them. They could give me feedback on, but it was like simple in a vacuum. We'd integrate it later. Yeah, it was like a nice system, like creating a little puzzle or a tool. Blunt persistence. Nope and nope. Hmm. Hmm. Do you have something about your light secondary illumination? What are they called? I'm blanking on the word. But you know, some things will have a like higher bounce of light than the initial light will actually even give. Like those retro reflectors. So it's also kind of helpful. They're smaller tasks, more related to art, more controllers and top level stuff like that. That sounds cool. Yeah. Uh, yeah. And if you're doing things like you need a book to float, just playing with a little bit of math, just like a simple script that just you know oscillates something over time. I feel like a lot of people just find tool sets to do a lot of these things for them, so they never learn to code. And then because they never have the easy stuff that they need to code for, it's like you miss the gap where you actually can help yourself learn to code more complicated things because you took the time to learn the easy stuff. You turned all lights off, no HDRI, no sun, no other environment. That sounds like a bug. There's no emissive, and when you plug the mask in, it glows. Is it white? Is it the same color as the mask? You put a colored mask in, does it change the color that it glows? Yes, tween library absolutely falls into that category of shortcuts. Not that it's bad to use one, but like, you know, if you learn to do the tween stuff through code or make a small system that allows you to do tweens and add in little effects that you need as you go, then I mean, that's a lot of knowledge. It's a lot of knowledge that you can skip really easily. But yeah, why are you working on tween libraries? Yeah, no shame. It's just like it is even hard to recommend everyone learn programming because so many people do make tools that make it very easy to get around. Then there's gaps. I think we need some float fields. Get up real quick. Field. Field. So we probably don't need min max. This is bad. They should at least put a name in these. So you put a name to identify it at the end. That way you can actually get the value out later. Actually, don't show that here. I'm sure if you keep going through the GUI stuff, it'll pop up, but not color of the mask, but it does have a tint, you think? Should look at that. Yeah, color could definitely tell you something. Use lean tween. It makes things so much easier. Use Odin inspector too. So some inspector stuff I would not say is easy. One of the coolest things, let's see if I can find it real quick, that I want and I'm not really willing to make for myself. Unity. What was it called? It's like a list view organizer, like gave you like a spreadsheet where you're in yeah, you know, whenever you would have the inspector show you like a bunch of pieces of data instead of being drop downs of data with all the things, it would organize them in like a table. Maybe it's table. Unity table inspector. Totally not willing to make this. Table list attribute. Is this the one? Goodness, no. Nope. Absolutely not that one. Are we talking about the same thing, actually? Is it Odin Inspector? No, editor GUI table. Asset link. Show me the thing. This. Yeah, we've all experienced this, right? This horror. And to get it organized like this, like, yeah, I wouldn't. It looks easy, but it's just complicated enough, especially because you have sort on the tabs. Like, I don't want to have to program all that. It's only $10. Like, yeah, I don't think a noob should be trying to do this. That's a little bit too much. Odin Inspector is amazing for that. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I don't have anything. I just got to the point where I was frustrated enough to look it up, and then I found this, and it's like, technically what I need. Someday when I get less cheap, or get a payday. You just want to make games? I'm like in between. This seems interesting. I don't usually want things that change the entire workflow of Unity. Like, I do have a workflow and I do make tools. And then you have like, I don't know. When you get too far, it's like modding a game and you have incompatibility issues. Yeah, I like making games. I am most satisfied, I think, making tools. So, yeah. Games get made in a very systematic way. Okay, so we need a float field. That's where we left off. Let's see. I think there's also a float field group. Does this get a label? Group might get a label. This is also so overkill. I can use a text fields. Cheating? Yes. Care. A little overkill. Get a label. Field text. Okay, fine. I guess we're making a label. Really like making tools too. Sort of what it's for, though, providing design intuitive things to use. Sure. I don't know. I've been inundated with all these different things that I see people being like, I made this in Unity to make my game, and now I'm offering it to you. And now it's just like hundreds of things that are pretty much artsy draft in Unity. Like, okay, it's impressive that you can organize data. I'm just like, I don't know. Now I have decision paralysis. Thanks, guys. Ruining everything. Too many options. So we'll call this start time F field. Then we need an end time. Formatting information nicely makes it 100 times more observable, reducing the latency between user information. Yeah. You guys just pick a couple plugins, ignore the rest. Mostly what I do. That's fair. Yeah, maybe I'm just not at the point where I feel like I need to make that decision yet. Because I'm not trying to add like so much data all at once. I'm like still testing, putting one thing in at a time. But yeah, there will be a point. But with that said, I am thinking, and part of the way through, the basis for doing like a node-based dialogue system. Again, nothing I make is like, it's going to be available on the Unity Asset Store for everyone to use. Like, I make tools for me. I don't want to polish them. I don't want to upkeep them beyond what I need them to be debugged for. Kuno Stefano sailing game. Hydrofoil generation is going into early access soon. He built it completely in Rust. His wife created the resources in Blender. That sounds kind of cool, actually. Man, sailing games. So many of those recently. More of a balancing gameplay thing, tweaking values. Yeah, so I definitely don't feel like I'm really there yet. Even though I'm doing mostly procedural stuff. So a lot of the balancing, at least so far, has just been like in algorithms that are generating numbers. But yeah, I'm definitely not quite at the tweak stage. So we need to do a row layout. Start time. Field row. We need a number of, I don't remember if it's calls or text here. The end time. Get in there. Lots of inputs for you to fiddle with, though. How much control do you have over how it looks? So that's something that's still evolving. But I have like a biome generator that does like terrain based off of a couple of like fake weather and like temperature events on the globe. So there's that. Then I have like an instancer that can like pick different things and use masks over the world. And then I can change like the density of those. Like, yeah, you know, it's procedural. So I'm not really trying to draw everything in. It's kind of like against my ideals. Yeah, if I feel like I need more control, I usually just build it in. How do I decide where things go? Um, usually just by deciding, like playing it, see how it feels, see what needs to get pushed. Trying to do a horizontal slice, so I'm trying to get a lot of the things in. So like I have things to make it look good, but I'm not putting in final assets yet. Um, yeah, the instancer is something that I kind of finished up late last year. And it probably still has a few bugs, but I need to like push more things forward to actually find all the bugs and then go back and work on them. And you know, just push it forward. Anything that's definitely good goes in. Anything questionable, just leave until it actually should be decided. Yeah. How do you guys decide by committee? Do you guys have like a head designer or project manager? Product owner, maybe? Do I sample a color texture, or is there some noise generation that dictates where things are placed? How do I get my natural look? So right now I have it roughed out in Substance Designer. So I'm going to have to transfer a lot of that logic over to computer vision to generate some of that stuff. Um, yeah, so that's pretty good. And then we have noise generation happening in the engine, and then that's going to be changed a little bit as well. Yeah, and then we can sample everything. So like we're drawing the height of the world, and we have our noise, so we can sample all of that and get like steepness, closeness to water, heat, and use all that to kind of blend what props we're putting in. It's kind of the idea so far. Um, but yeah, I actually kind of phoned in a little bit of the noise in our instance shader. That's something I could easily go back and upgrade, but yeah, I don't know. Put in the work where it matters most, right? Whenever I can put in 20% effort and get out 80% quality. Yeah, try not to get caught in the weeds too much on like making anything look a specific way, because something could change in that system. Like I haven't done my village generator yet, or like civilization generator yet, or my building generator yet. And those could easily influence all of the other things. Maybe not majorly, like over the whole world, but like at least where they come in contact with other things. So like, not trying to lock anything in. Pulleys and levers you can tweak. Cool. Well, yeah. So like every prop that you could instance, you can tweak how much of the prop there would be, what chance there is of it spawning. Um, well, you can put in instance or non-instanced. Instance are going to go everywhere-ish with masks. Um, and then you have other things that get placed more specifically, and those can have like a rarity. And then you can do steepness, height, so you can have like bald spots on top if you need, or like bald spots below certain amounts. Wetness, yeah, all these little things, and you pretty much just tell a prop where it can live, and we'll just give it. We get all of the props that can populate a spot on a biome, and then randomize those with some weighted randoms. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of tweaking. There's a lot of things I can tweak. I feel like I'm not even close to there yet. Before I do that, I had this idea of like making dioramas of how I would want the terrain to kind of look and how the props would be on it, and maybe a couple of the enemies for that area, and just see how it all fits together. Combining meshes after, or doing any GPU instancing for world generation? Yes, lots of GPU instancing. And combining meshes where I can, but I actually found combining meshes to be less useful than instancing. Because like I could instance, and that's almost free. Or I could combine, and that's not free. It still has similar overhead to like having the individual props, but then they can't act as individuals. So in dungeons, I'm combining walls. That helps. Yeah, it's a balancing act. The combined mesh, well, all previous meshes are still in memory. Yes, and then you can do like a unload unused resources to clean them up if you need to. But yes, yeah, understood. Thanks for letting me know. Are you doing a lot of combining? Or it sounds like that was a loaded question and you're avoiding combining altogether. Okay, start end time on this level. We need a button. Label, I think. Can I do more GPU instancing too? Yeah, it's cool. I was actually, while I was doing just like world prop instancing with like, you know, the wind blowing and all of the standard boilerplate crap that everyone puts in everything, I also got a animated instancer, so you could have one mesh running and it would pull the mesh data and push it onto the GPU at each animation frame. So yeah, I want to develop that a little bit more, but I do technically have a way to do like custom animations instance too. Very similar to what you were doing, except you were marrying two other systems together to get it. And mine, yeah, is definitely not that advanced. But I also don't know what direction I'm fully taking it in. There might be a couple discoveries, let's say, that could make it a lot more efficient. Or maybe even where I don't have to fully load the animator in. Maybe I could just find a way to push it from a GPU load or something. I don't know, but we only have so many hours in the day. And yeah, I also have contract work to do. So things move as fast as they move. But that sounds cool. How are you finding GPU instancing? Because I found some caveats. I found it didn't work for me in 2018.4.2. I had to go up to 2019 because of an undocumented bug. Yeah, I wonder if you guys bumped into that too. Okay, another one for, oh, well, we need two, I think. Angle. I'll need to get changed. This one's end time. This one's angle. Works well enough for saving draw calls, but you're wondering if there's a bottleneck for it. It's a good question. They say that there's not a lot of savings if you are using under a certain number of verts. I have to look into that because like the context looked a little weird. Like verts on the base mesh or a number of times you're instancing. Anywho. Yeah, and then you have to pretty much use something to generate points to instance on. So compute shaders have been a fun thing to work on recently. Works better the fewer objects you have. They're still all trying to be GPU instanced. This is true. I think you can push a bunch of things in as separate instancers. That's what I'm trying to do, and it's been okay. I think I've only had problems if I try to push really high meshes in, like high poly meshes. It's great for 10,000 of one object, but less well for 1,010 objects. But yes, absolutely yes. I think it should be more like 10 objects instanced thousands of times. Right. But like, yeah, to do an instancer where you're only instancing 10 times, but you have to do all the calls, yeah, that would start to bog things down. Yeah, man, and then I see things that AAA games, they just have so many objects on screen. So many objects. And instancing doesn't just, it's not just free. It takes work to actually adjust the instancing to be like, yeah, like good noise distribution. Because when you're instancing, it's like deterministic, so your noise can be a little, it's important. Yeah, whole technical art team, yep. But man, the tech art that I grew up on was like putting rigs in characters, and now tech art is solidly everything from, you know, the rigging and then exporting animations all the way through to like render tech. That's technical animation now. Technical animation is like developing tools for rigging and putting. Man, I hate that. I hate that I am now technically a technical animator. I hate it. I guess I'm a tech artist too, because I do the things that tech artists do, but I never liked the big companies. It's just another evolution in a weird direction. Setting up the blend trees too. So I totally get blend trees being technical animation because getting the transition right is still more of an animator job than a technical person job, in my humble opinion. But then, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of logic in it. Okay, I don't know. I guess I still want to be tech art. I'd rather make the tools than be the guy using the same tool every day. Animation studios just have rigging teams? Cool. How many of those have you been on? What's your background like? What did you do before this? Okay, so this needs to be radius. Ooh. Cool. I'm being flooded. I check in on LinkedIn more often. What are any of these symbols? Where's the collapse? Dot dot dot's not collapse. Two arrows pointing at each other is not what I think of as collapse. I hate the world. The world changes more than it needs to. Oh, you just click it. Oh, it's so intuitive. Cool. Icon Creative Studio. Games Foundry. Antic Games. Cool. Now Fluffy Dog. Nice, nice. We like your tree man. Very Warcrafty. I'm afraid to put anything on. I think it's a little too doxy. You can click the link, chat. Different games in Animation Studio. Cool. Cool. I've been mostly in games, apps, weird art projects, education side of programming and 3D stuff. And yeah, indie developer for a very long time. All your stuff is linked together some way? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I have a lot of transferable skills going through my career path up until now. Though admittedly, the contract work has been getting less on point and much more random. Okay, we have radius. So, we need to call our function now. Turn rig animation. And then we will start with a float field query of the value. Would be st field. Nope. Start time f field. By the way, D2 is your favorite game of all time? Very good. Yeah, I agree. It is absolutely wonderful. I have a hard time finding flaws with that. Not that I can't, just hard. I feel like it's just the size of walkways in like the maggot layer, and maybe the size of walkways in Arcane Sanctuary. Yeah, besides that, just something about the map generation. I've never found anything to have satisfying map generation after that. Okay, so this is going to be end. And then we need angle. You just angle field. Angle F field. Should probably make these names a little bit better. pretty small gripes. You just like Act 3, all the swamp navigation. Yeah. Yeah, if you, there's a way to Act 3 really easily, I think. Trying to think, and I still have a hard time with it, but it kind of makes sense. It makes me feel like they could have used more tile sets. Map tile guide. Yeah, I found this really interesting. So like, it always has a like every third one is a shift, and depending on which shift, it can do different things. So interesting. Yeah, it is kind of a pain in the ass. Every once in a while, you can get a really like golden map in it, though. You can get one that like, yeah, all the important things you need are like really close. Yeah, I get you. It is all just like a runway with some zigzags on it. One of those games you'd install, run a character through normal every few years. Nice. Yeah, when the speedrunning scene was really popular, I was very much into it. Right up until the jail strats started. And I watched through the jail strats, but the jail strats killed the community pretty quickly. Novasauric? I can't complain. Novasaurics are really nice. A lot of damage in a expanding circle. No, I didn't. I didn't like the graphical upgrade because it's not just like higher resolution. They actually added stuff to it, and I think it looks really ugly. Also, yeah, I'm never giving Blizzard any of my money ever again for the rest of my life. I was disappointed by Diablo 3. Like, really bad. All your Novas touched together in Age of White Rings where everything had huge FCR. I mean, well, you still need FCR for that, right? Or do you mean that you had such high FCR? Yeah. And it would kill everything. Eat your mana pretty quickly, though. One of my favorite builds was just lightning. I know people don't like lightning. They're like, oh, always chain lightning. But chain only goes like 75% damage. Like if I can go between 1 and 1,000, there's only so many clicks until I get the big numbers I need to kill something. Blizzard Nosedive. D3 was sad? Yes, it was. It really was. I don't want to like highlight them too much, but I was upset, and then someone was like, if you're upset now, you should see the post-mortems on Diablo 3. Horrible. Gut-wrenching. Absolutely disturbing, disgusting. I wanted to vomit everywhere. Hearing the things that the game director said about Diablo. It's just like, how did anyone at Blizzard let this man keep his job? Continue working on this game? Give him any respect? Not that you should go disrespecting people or coworkers or anything, but like seriously, when you start talking about things like that, like you don't put people in charge of projects that they don't understand or where they don't respect the client base. Horrible. Oh yeah, so they did that, and I think it was a GDC post-mortem. It was horrible. It's like, so we started out, we'd go into a room full of Diablo players and we heard clicks. We just like click, click, click. It's a clicker game. It's like, oh my god, you started just like not understanding and never playing it and watching someone do it and then like judging them. Just like profiling someone. You're not a gamer, bruh. You are not a gamer. You are just some corporate asshole. And really disturbing. But it is worth looking at and just understanding that there's no way they could have made Diablo 3 good. Yeah. Surprised you didn't make a MOBA or something? MOBAs are cool, they're just completely different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And then, yeah, there was another postmortem that was like, what we did for Reaper of Souls to try and get people's respect back. And it's still, again, like, we listened to your feedback and misunderstood every word of it. Thank you. So useful. Okay. I have to look up how Windows work, because I don't 100% remember. Remember, you have to destroy it before you create it. The clicker came too. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it does pivot into like StarCraft at its peak. I remember they were selling mice and keyboards and stuff that would light up gradients to show you your APM, and it was just like, you know, the cool meta was like, can you click, can you press a button more times than the average person? And so toxic. Though there are some games that legitimately work really well that way, and yet Dota and StarCraft kind of fall in that. Get an APM monitor on screen. Does it really help? I don't think it, like, there are times where APM matters, but average APM is like not something that matters, right? Like, it's when you need to do 10 things, you want to be able to do 10 things, you know, in 10 frames. That would be optimal. But like clicking 20 times when you only need to click once, just like you're gonna wear out your fingers. Just made us click a lot unnecessarily to see who had a higher APM. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of cool. Okay, completely slam it. It's like a good use of RGB, maybe. Okay, so it's creating. Let's see. We query window exists. We'll start with that. They don't even show you the proper way to do it. You gotta say if window exists, and then whatever we're gonna name our window. Ended up being a metagame. Yep. Man, so what are you playing these days? Because I find I don't play much. I only get to play one game at a time. For a while, I got into MechWarrior, and that's why I'm making the game I'm making, because I was into Diablo 2 speedruns and MechWarrior Online at the same time. And I kind of fell off playing MechWarrior, mainly because I'm making a mech sim game that's remarkably similar, but man, if I go back to it, I can lose a day easy to like starting a new campaign. You quit Dota at like 1,000 hours? Wow. Just open stuff, look at art, check out some mechanic. Yeah. I don't know if it's healthy or not, but yeah, that is the way it's done. I've been trying to unwind recently with Might and Magic 6, which I rediscovered recently, seeing a streamer play Might and Magic 8, I think. I was like, man, I poured so many hours into that way before I found Morrowind. And now I'm like halfway through. Used to play StarCraft 1, 2, Warcraft 3 ladder. That's cool. I wish I got into Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft, but yeah, I always stopped right before raid stuff. I can't commit to that. Okay, now there's an element destroy somewhere. Let's find it. Delete UI. That's gotta be it, right? There's a couple of windows. So show window. We need show window. That'd be important. Good. So delete UI. Let's try that, and then we can make the window. So we can do a parent in here. And then we say this is a parent. And then show window. It's lowercase s. Double check that show. Window name. Okay, this, call it this one, and we want to hide this. Number of calls, sure. Oh yeah, we need the parent. Hey, there it is. Waiting for this weekend. Gonna play some Hogwarts, check into that magic school. Feels like a guilty pleasure, but you're pumped for it. Nostalgic. Yeah, I've seen a lot of derision. I can't. It just doesn't feel right to throw shade on people. I don't like that there's a chance royalties are being raked in from this very popular game and then may or may not be put right into a like anti-trans movement. It's not just like a movement. I get the controversy, right, is that there's legislation going forward and she's pouring money into lobbying as it could change things like now. Your money actually means something now. But at the same time, I don't know if she's getting full royalties. Maybe she wasn't smart and she signed all of like a lot of the payment stuff away. Who knows? But at the same time, all of those devs made a game and to just have your work shunned, it's such a bummer. And it looks amazing, I'm not gonna lie. I peeked a couple of streams and it looks good. Maybe when it gets to the point where I don't know, where it's more in the clear, I guess, I might pick it up. Maybe. If the wife lets me. Don't think this game's revenue is going to make a big deal. She's loaded. Okay, the she's loaded argument, totally legit. That's probably the best argument I've heard. This game's revenue isn't gonna affect it much. The numbers are ridiculous. It's like the most pre-ordered game to date or something. I forget what it beat out, but it also has like the highest stream numbers. Like this game, either way, is gonna have some sort of effect. But I also think people are being really dramatic when they're like, you're going to have such a huge effect. And, you know, if they're hating you just for a game you're playing, they're challenging your convictions based off of this. I mean, it's, I don't know. Better than No Man's Sky? I feel bad. Did you not feel bad? I bought the game and then I was like, well, yeah, they were never going to come up. Like, they got a small indie team promising big things and probably wanted to deliver to set a release date. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect that to go amazingly. I gave them a lot of leeway. Do you blame the guy? Are you one of the people that blames the dev instead of Sony? Because it's legit, right? He's kind of complicit in some way. She might not need the help to lobby. Oh yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I 1,000% agree. So yeah, the only argument is like this isn't going to be the thing that makes her broke. Is pouring her money into the lobbying efforts, but whatever. I'm sure she would invest and be getting money off of some legitimate cause and pouring that in anyway. You know what I mean? Like, rich people have ways of making money that you can't even comprehend. You know 0% about what's going on? You don't really care? Must have been a conscious decision for every dev to work on that game. She was known for her views long before. Yeah. At the same time, have you seen the game? Like, as a developer, if you're like looking at, take out Hogwarts, take out Harry Potter, take out World of Wizardry, like all of that stuff, right? If you're looking at a generic proposal for a game that someone wants you to make, and it's at the scale where they're like, okay, yeah, you fully customize almost everything. They're just like so much content. The world is really huge. Like a puzzle game with some action mechanics in it. Everything it like checks it off. Like, yes, I would love to work on that. Especially how it turned out. I'm like, I would be proud to have made that. It looks gorgeous. It plays really well from what I've heard. Read HP years before anything went down? Yes. Yeah, there's a big call for like separating J.K. Rowling from the body of work. That just, you know, we can still love Harry Potter, we just don't support her. She's not really adding to it, and she's not changing it if you're not reading Twitter and seeing it through a weird perspective. It's not the game you start with. Trip, you want to make a MMO RPG? Do you really? I wouldn't be against that. I guess what I'm saying is I also have some aspirations for an MMO. If it was like big, it would need to have features. I had a friend that worked on WildStar, and when it was coming out and when she talked about it, it was like, yeah, WildStar seems amazing. If they can deliver on all that stuff, then it'll be great. Of course, it's not even about delivery, is it? It's like so many factors. But yeah, I could see MMOs, even though I feel like a lot of MMOs just fall flat in reality. That's what new devs say they want to do first? Yes, definitely. The wild starts art. Gotta be fun. Yeah, and they had like, you know, you would have a house that you could fully customize. I think they had weapon damage systems that were not like lock-on based. Like almost everything is World of Warcraft style. You like pick an enemy, you lock on, you hit your auto attack, and then you hit your special attacks. And your auto attack is always attacking unless you do a special attack, and then you know, the whole rigmarole. This was actually going to be like if you're surrounded by enemies, you could do a slash attack, and the slash would go from one spot to another, and it would actually cross into colliders and deal damage. And it's like, oh, that's actually really interesting. For more than just like an attack or two. Yeah, it almost felt like it died before it came out. Sad. Games are sad. What kind of industry do we work in? Okay, so this guy goes straight. Let's see if we can make it go not straight. 100. Okay, already doing that. Alright, we'll find a good place. 5, start at like 140. Cool. Copy the animation. 42. 1. And turn it. Let's say 15. Radius. What's the radius? This was 12. What's half that? Okay. It still might have some bugs in it, but it works. We did it. It works. It died so early. Yeah. So many games do. You didn't track that, but it went away really fast for a game that had such a beautiful pre-production. Right? Yeah, I wonder if it's like internal politics that killed it off. Hey, Lindies, how are you? Still animating? Sure, I got my automation in. It may not be perfect, but it's actually passable. So yeah, we just did it. We just whip it up. And then we can now do 160 to 175. Copy to time range. Go to the time range. Can I be impressive? So that's straight. We'll make the angle negative. Set this. This has bitten me so many times. 75. I mean, it's cool. Takes a lot of the work out. Hey, zombie, how are you? Hi. And yeah, hopefully this works. I mean, if we get the bugs worked out, this will work for like every creature. You're spinning the y-axis. How's that for rotation in? So I'll usually do one where you rotate in place, but I do like having... It's finally importing this guy. Being able to have the diverted walk path. Unity, you take forever sometimes. Yeah, we can get the curved walk, and it can blend with the straight. I wonder if we get this to be freeform directional. Kind of a thing. Oh, that's great. I don't know, there's something so satisfying about this. You can kind of like drive it like an RC car. Oh, and then actually you can use these in reverse. So yeah, let's add 2 more. We'll put in the walk left and walk right. Here's the walk right. Walk left. There we go. Left would still be -1. This is 1. This is also 1. But then these we can make -1. And they're not perfect. It does fill in a lot. Oh, these should be negative. Yeah. Oop, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant. It's like you can also back up now. I think you can play walk in reverse. Oh, I messed this up. This guy should be walk. Right, I guess. You're -1. You should be -1. You should be a 1. You should be a 1. And you should be a -1. Nope, I missed something. You're 1. There it is. And now 1 more for a walk that we put in backwards. -1. I mean, that's a little weird, the little stompy thing. But I like it. I like driving it around like an RC car. So, Zombie, what are you up to today? Anything interesting? It's like maybe as scuffed as the previous stuff. So I'm good with this. I'm happy. We've done good. And then we need to get strafing in. Strafing? Can strafing be reversed? I think we can, so we only need strafe left. Oof, don't know how interesting, so occupied with the printer, but making great progress. Printer's interesting. Definitely. Today you wanted to flash the controller board. Ooh hoo hoo. I mean, that doesn't take too long, right? What is that, like 10 minutes? And then do you have any custom things that you do to your firmware that you flash? Then you notice that you stole the SSD out of your notebook to reuse, and now you're in the middle of installing Windows. That's a detour. You've researched what she said. She is trying to have a nuanced opinion, and she is not even saying that she is accused of saying, but nuance is not allowed in cancel culture. This is true. Is she saying that she's not TERF? Because I think that's the thing, is that she's trying to be really kind about how she's saying that she's TERF. But she is TERF at the end of the day, which is somewhat exclusionary from some respects. So, like, she sums it up in a really nice way. I agree, and I respect her opinion, but at the same time, she also makes efforts that, I don't know, the way that she expresses those viewpoints still lump into, like, an oppressive viewpoint. From what I understand, from what I've read, but I don't. It's weird to have a conversation about someone's beliefs when they're not here to defend themselves. No PC downstairs. Notebook is quicker than setting the whole PC up, luckily. I could see that. That's why we have laptops, right? For when something happens with our desktop and we're too lazy to fix it. She's not TERF. Okay, maybe that's the message that needs to go out louder. Because, yeah, I think that's the biggest problem, right? Is that everyone thinks she's TERF and that she's making TERF movements, and maybe she's not. I'd say it's less about cancel culture and more about how we have an echo chamber and, like, just weird data retention, no quality assurance or, like, fact checking. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to disseminate information that's maybe less than fully true, and then you can't redact that information easily. Being or not being TERF is a binary thing where there's no nuance there. That's fair. I mean, when you start opening it up on a, like, one-on-one level, I'm sure you can talk about different parts of why people have those views in a less, like, binary way, I guess. Right? But at the end of the day, yeah. Who's having this conversation? Are we all privy to it? What is TERF? TERF is trans exclusionary something feminist. Something. So, like, a feminist that's like, I like the idea of equality for women, but we have to look at who we're considering a woman because men may be trying to get extra privileges by calling themselves women. And, like, that viewpoint, maybe I kind of understand the fear mongering, but at the same time, it's like you're trying to exclude any protections that you're fighting for a part of the population that is still marginalized and oppressed. Maybe not in the same way, but, like, I don't know. You've come so far. Don't throw people off the bus. You must agree that the cancel culture is as nuanced as the moon. It's not, I wouldn't, yes, because I don't consider it a cancel culture. It's not like, I mean, yeah, maybe it's a cancel culture. It's just like waves. Like, people just, like, say a thing and then it can pick up traction. And then people keep saying it and just, like, rolls over people. And then your career's gone. Some people have survived. Most people don't. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I understand not supporting certain people, but I've heard things so far as to like you should take Academy Awards away from like Will Smith. And I'm like, but an outburst doesn't make him a bad actor. It made him, you know, act poorly, but not in a thespian sense, you know? And I'm like, okay, that's canceling too far. Because we can't just strip merits that aren't related to the offenses. Like, we should be able to handle these separately, right? Feedback loop, yeah. Radical. Yeah, I'm always afraid to throw that word around if I'm not 100%. Okay, yeah, so trans exclusionary radical feminist. Protecting hard-won women's rights. Yes. I just feel like there's going to be a small case of people doing things evil. Or, you know, going through those extents to do things evil. Because it's such a huge sacrifice to even enter into the waters of being or admitting to being a trans person. I don't know. Seems weird. Like, yeah, women's rights shouldn't be challenged, but at the same time, can we acknowledge that we have a new group of people that need to be fought for? Maybe we all can. Maybe that's the problem. Is that it's a fight that people are like, this front is not my front. I'm not willing to die on that hill. I don't know. I guess choose how far you go for other people. So it's either people in a hard place that need help, or there's psychopaths. I mean, isn't that the division that's getting painted because we can't have a gray area? Yeah, I hope you're not upset. I'm not totally upset. I'm trying to be very objective about the situation. And my heart goes out to all the people. Like, I don't know. I just think it's also weird. Like, when you're looking at sports, I feel like it's a different thing. I don't even want to go near there because I don't watch sports. So me having an opinion on like what group of people can compete with each other just seems like not something I'm even qualified to talk about. You're super partial? Can't we all get along? That would be great. That would be great. You can't vet them all before they go into the washroom with your daughter, is a common argument. This is true. I mean, but like, I don't love this whataboutism because people are ignoring the fact that like people of the same group going into a bathroom can be predatory to other people in that bathroom. Period. Like right now, before we open it up. You know, if you have a closed cisgendered bathroom system because that's how your area is, you can still have problems. And I'm sure there's still problems that, you know, are real societal problems that people don't want to talk about. But it's easier to talk about, well, that's definitely wrong. It's like, I don't know. Is that a question? Men are 3 to 5 times more likely to become psychopaths than women. I don't know. I don't know the statistics. Like, but then there's also this problem where like first we need to cisgender you, and then we can judge you and profile you, and then we can, you know, I don't know. I don't know. It's a sticky situation. If someone feels that they were born into the wrong body and we're just like, no, but you are this, then like we already have a miscommunication between the people that need to be communicating properly. So you've mostly checked out? Yeah. I mean, it's legit. I don't know. I don't feel like you should punish everyone just because there might be a couple of people that do something bad. And you should definitely punish anyone that you find doing something that's like against societal norms. Not like societal norms. That's a dicey way of saying it. Societal atrocities. Anyone performing societal atrocities should be dealt with appropriately. But those have to be like actually hurting somebody. Preventative measures just, it's not really what the US was founded on, right? On the flip side, switching everything for an uber minority doesn't make a ton of sense either. Less than 1%, aren't they? But doesn't that also mean that we shouldn't have to flip everything? Like, not that they should be ignored, but they should largely be able to integrate without everyone making a big deal. I think we're on the same page about that. Or maybe I'm avoiding, but like, yeah, it seems like we're making a really big deal out of a small amount of people that like aren't a problem. Like, I don't know how many Olympians are actually contesting this kind of stuff. We should have the conversation for the ones that are, but then like blanketing everything just feels weird. Why all the fuss then? Yeah. It's nothing burger, a weird one. Yeah. That's the thing you thought too? Yes. Then again, I will put my hard stance. As someone that enjoys language and grammar, I would like to have a singular gender neutral pronoun in English to accommodate anyone that wants it. I personally don't love that we're using this thing that's either plural, or I have this idea of being like a proxy or a filler for not knowing something about someone. I don't know. Other languages have it. I want it. I guess that's it. I'm jealous. Other languages can handle gender fluidity so much better than we can, and I hurt so much when I'm like, oh my god, they, wait, are we talking about a couple? Are we talking about an individual? But I respect you, I'll use it. Actually, I'll try and use your name more, to be honest, instead of a pronoun. And yet, I got the better deal on that. I got the gender star, a language purist. I like that language changes, but I like when language changes really organically, and it just feels like this is just came up all of a sudden. The pronoun, like, I don't care if you're changing it from one gender to another, but like they is like mostly plural. If you're gonna keep using it, it's like when you're talking about group, breaks my mind. I like need to continually check in on the conversation if we're talking about the same thing. Dual personalities. Yes, I would absolutely accept if someone has, I don't know what the proper term is for it, but when they have multiple personalities and all of the personalities that they have are acknowledged, then sure, if they want to say they to refer to the multiple personas that can occupy how their mind is working, then that seems 100% legitimate. But it is almost the only time where you get one person that's truly a they. Otherwise, it just feels alienating. I don't want to alienate people. I don't want to alienate anybody if we don't need to, except for fascists. Get out of here, fascists. Two countries are next to each other. That's natural on the border. Alex ist ein... Wait, how do you pronounce that? Zombie. Alex is an artist. Is ein... I don't even have an idea for how to pronounce an asterisk. We're trying to mold language. That's not natural. Yeah, I feel like language just has things it picks up and it falls off naturally, like a piece of chewed gum that falls on the ground. It doesn't work. It won't. Yeah, I kind of agree. So we'll get through it somehow. What they're creating is a social linguistic minefield. It's fair. You don't even know you gave up and just don't talk to people anymore. I love that. Next channel, please. Well, I just want to point out one thing that's kind of cool. I think it's that Turkish has a gender neutral. I think it's O. I just want to make sure. So at least we can like point to something that exists and be like, hey, look, someone did it. Yes. He, she, and it are referred to by third person singular pronoun O. Now, I don't know that O is going to work great in our language. I complain all the time about O being water in French. That just... Okay. O? Water? O? But there's something really simple about it. There's something that I'm kind of like, how do we get that? How do we get that O? I want it. It is. Yeah, and they're always going around. They're like, oh, the toilet. Oh, the toilet. Like, if I smell bad, you can just tell me I smell bad. Like, you have to tell me I'm the toilet. Okay, so what are we doing next? Did Catless ever get here? I think the idea was that at some point we would make a Blender plugin. And I think I've finished the Maya stuff I wanted to do. Not that it's beautiful, but like I could give the script to someone and they could use this on whatever they need. And when you say water, you say de l'eau. Oh, that explains it. The loo. That's where British people got the bathroom from. Say hello with greetings programs. I kind of love that. Not gonna lie, I know I'm a weirdo, but I just want to be like, hey human, what up, my fellow humans? And also very awkward to just use names, but there's something about it. Alright, someone said Blender. We're opening Blender. We can remake this, right? This will help someone someday. Greetings programs. And so I don't think I saw the original Tron. Obviously bits and pieces. But the new Tron, I was not a fan of that. It's really boring. The whole thing takes place in like 3 locations. Oop, okay. Blender's open. Do I have a Blender animation? I must have this Scooby-Doo one somewhere, right? Sacrilege! Brun the demon! Brun! Not seen the original Tron? It's true. Remember that I'm young. I'm a young 35-year-old man. And that came out before I was born. Unsubscribe. Oh wait. Someday, Cryogi, someday you're gonna subscribe and that's gonna actually be an effective thing to say. But yeah, so the original Tron, I think it's cool, right? People have explained the whole idea. It seems really cool. I just never got around to it. Um, yeah. Then the second one. Did anyone really like Tron? What is the new one called? I mean, the graphics were kind of cool, but again, like, well, when you spend all your budget making only 3 locations, Tron Legacy. It's got to be good. There's Legacy in the title. Yeah, it was nifty. You're not much older. That's no excuse. Man, it took me a while to see like Pulp Fiction. To be fair, like there's some things that everyone's seen, and yeah, I get shamed for it every once in a while. Only so much time in the day. How come I'm using Blender? Cryogi asked me to. Uh, and it's good to have different tools in the toolbox. Blender does some cool stuff that we can't really get with most other things. Like the closest I can get to Blender's node system is Substance Designer has a node tree, but it doesn't have Boolean. So like, how good could that be, right? Geometry without Booleans. I know you're probably cringing really hard. I know you're doing box modeling. Okay, so we're looking for Scooby-Doo if we can, right? Some sort of animation. Maybe a Catless will come in at some point. Okay, I think this is going to be Velma. Allow? Or not? You've been wanting to experiment with geonodes in Blender? Do it. It'll have a little bit of a learning curve, but yeah, especially since you're actually getting into programming stuff and you're not like afraid of that, like it's cool. You have to do a little bit of math here and there, but I don't know how else I would be able to modify meshes the same way. After switching to 3ds Max, you become an Autodesk elitist. I mean, go for it. Go for it. I feel bad teaching people because I used to work at a camp, and we would teach some professional tools, and the ones that you'd have to pay for, it was really hard to like, you know, some of the kids were from affluent families. They were kind of rich, so they could afford to do stuff. But some kids, you know, their parents saved up, and it cost a lot of money for them to go to camp. And then they would go to camp, and they would learn a skill in a software that costs like an arm and a leg. Like, they can't practice it while they're at high school to get good for college, you know? So, like, I don't know. That always hurt. I always wanted to go towards a more open source way that people can make things. Making things just awesome. I don't know where I would be if I wasn't creating crap every day. Probably on the streets doing drugs or gang banging or whatever the kids do without video games. So do I really need to see Tron though? Slow paced but better than 2. Is it something I throw on in the background maybe? Original Tron was made by Americans, so it had simplistic ethics, gung ho attitudes, sappy emotions, kid toy philosophies, and today you learn there's a very good movie. Oh, it's still a very good movie. That's fair. When I was going through school, my like 9-month 3D animation thing, my teacher was like, all right, I'm going to blow your minds. Who here has seen Tron? And almost no one raised their hands because, of course. And he was like, all right, well, fine. So those of you who have seen it, isn't it the same as The Matrix? It's like the same plot as The Matrix, just came out like 20 years before The Matrix did. Yeah, I think that, I mean, yeah, we watched a lot of stuff. So like we definitely saw the Tron cycle thing in school. Some things you have to just see and be like, wow, I would never want to do that in my whole life. Is it possible to get Autodesk student license at high school age? It depends. I was never at high schools that gave you email addresses. So I got like I think I got a student edition from Unreal Tournament 2004. But in general, you would need to have a student email address to apply for the license. Like, yeah, I lucked out, but I don't know how other people would have gotten it. But these days, yeah, I think it's way more open. I almost feel like you can just get the student version. There's just caveats, like you're not allowed to export or something, and whenever you open, it tells you it's the student edition. You get a painter license, and like 14 couldn't even use the application since your PC sucked. Yeah, I find painter takes a lot. Okay, well, what would we be doing? Would we be doing like script stuff in here? With animation? Do we like pull? What's up? It's not formed, but I can't collapse it. Okay, that'll be our timeline, I guess. I want something that stretched the whole way. And I don't get how this works. Wait, is this not even a new panel? Oh, it is a new panel. It's a hidden new panel. This would be graph editor. Right? How are we gonna do this? Templates. How facepalm would it be if we just like found a template that is exactly what we want? I don't see anything that's on animation though. Built-in keying set? What is this? Okay, this is gonna be painful. CryoGame, we need your help if we're actually doing this today. Imagine Tron, but with Alien the movie. Grit, seriousness, and intelligence. I feel like Alien was very silly, but okay, sure. And yes, you could say the Matrix is adult Tron. Okay, that's cool. Wait, but what about this imagining thing? What does that lead me to? Tron with alien grit, seriousness, and intelligence. I would love that. That'd be so good, I think. In fact, you remember a friend of yours literally got an Autodesk license through sending in SpongeBob's driver's license somehow? You know, I'm not totally surprised. I'm sure if you put in any amount of effort, they're just like, sure, why not? It's not like you're going to be making millions of dollars off this anyway. But that's so good. Wait a second. SpongeBob's driver's license? That is fantastic. Wait, so is it even like the picture of it in a fishy hand? Hair yellow. Yes. So good. You got the DMs he sent? That's amazing. Yeah, I'm sure they just don't get paid enough to deal with that kind of stuff. Okay, we need to look new stuff up. Blender, what is a key set? Keying sets, sure. They're a collection of animated properties that are used to animate and keyframe multiple properties at the same time. Okay, that's kind of cool, but what about just like one property? Or do we have to do this to do any properties? Okay, not gonna lie, this seems a little bit on the confused side. Like, what's in this key? Add a new one. Also doesn't look like it's related to the actual graph editor. Craig, hell. Those panels were always there. Move it. Blender, Python, animation. Anim operators. That's probably what we're looking for. It's ops. Ops is our favorite, right? Anim change frame. Panel select keys. Okay. Collapse. Is that just like a visual thing? Is that actually like merge? I don't know. Check general? Yes, sir. Oh, this worked for Substance Painter. I love that. I absolutely love that. Can you do it for Designer? Do it for Designer. You'll be set for life. Oh, that is amazing. That's amazing. And here, I'm the chump that's like, hey, so I noticed that you grandfathered in people for this update. I'm like, literally like 3 days beyond that date. Is there anything you can do for me? And they'd be like, nope, no way in hell. You should definitely burn in a fire and pay us money. Okay, thank you, customer support. Meanwhile, people be sending out bikini bottom driver's license. Totally legit, totally accepted. Dying. So good. Channels move. Wait, rearrange animation channels? What about actually like, selecting everything in the channel and moving that data? I feel like I'm seeing less than I expect to see here. And Catless is still here. I have no idea what direction he wanted to push us. Adobe and Autodesk rake in billions anyways, whether you pirate their stuff or not. I agree. I am not legally allowed to, for several reasons, promote piracy. And that's all I will say. Yeah, they make a lot of money and they don't really care about you. I think I can legally say that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that you could get an employee in writing to say that the company has no care over your success or failure. So you get animate operators. Why do all these look mostly useless? Handles mouse clicks over anim channels. And it's not even giving you like an event with data in it. Always baffled. Always baffled by Blender's almost everything. Kind of explains why they don't have any templates for animation stuff. So how do you add to the Blender Python library? Is that something doable? Not that I'm, necessarily fully capable of expanding Blender to have better animation stuff, but like, this leaves me with no hope. This is the one that kills me though. Let's move the channel. Like just messing with the UI stuff. Import BPY. Okay. Done. Delete that. Import BPY. We did it. We did it. Success. We can kind of select keys. Channel select key. Under your mouse. Why are you giving me functions that I need to call in conjunction with mouse location? Can we get lower level, please? Or is it that we're in ops? I forgot it again, but what was the thing that wasn't ops that we like? Gives us more information. Yes, like, if I did a select all, how do I move them? Because BPY is steering the UI. If you want a lower level, someone talked about bmesh. Is bmesh right? We're talking about bmesh for specifically mesh operation, right? And thank you. Yeah, I keep forgetting bmesh. That's a standalone module. So should we be searching standalone module? What's in extra? Check that. That could be interesting. Freestyle. All right, what do these do? Extra. Oh, animutils. I love that. Right on top. Bake, okay. Oh, they're all bake. I had a lot of hope. It's necessary. We need to bake animations here and there. Normalize. I'll need that. An inverse lerp? Go with the other. There's another word for lerp. Coding in 3D hurts your soul a little bit. Yeah. That's very fair. Yes. You know, my soul dims a little bit every time I go into Blender, honestly. It's like being reduced to a child again and not being able to reach the cookies on the counter. Like, I know they're there, I've reached them before, but yeah, this is a weird context. Yeah. This is okay. This is good even. Why don't I recognize this word? Google. Why am I dumb? Transpose of a matrix in which each element is replaced by its cofactor. Cool. Cool. Transpose of a matrix. What's cofactor though? Just brushing up. It's a cofactor. Oh, it's a non-protein chemical compound or a metallic ion that is required for an enzyme's role in catalyst. Perfect. Exactly what I think they meant. Yep, that's definitely educating. Educating. Gotta get that right. Educating is something different. Cofactor definition. See, like, math, you made that up. Math, you're just trying to embarrass people now. Like, it's biochemistry. You can't just... Merriam-Webster, stick to the English. Go back to the wiki. Almost a little bit blasphemous. That's fair. Fair, a little blasphemy here and there. From what I understand, blasphemy was like saying religious things outside of church, which I find very interesting. Like, how are you supposed to lead a religious life while not speaking of religion outside of a building down the street? Yep. Completely glazed over. This is just... I want a human to just tell me what's important about the thing. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna move on. I never needed it in my life. Probably will continue to not need it. I'm still stuck. Like, how do you get a keyframe? How do you get data at a time? Let's try brute forcing. Let's say if we're doing Python Blender, how do we set a time? Story. Show me the answers. Context scene frame set 1. Okay, we're going to need that. We'll write that down. bby.context scene frame underscore set number. Cool. Oh, and you can get the current frame? I don't know if that's totally necessary. Let's just make some notes before we dive in. So bpy.scene.data scenes frame current is the current frame. Import bpy, get the current scene, scene equals context scene, set the current frame to 10, set tame. Ooh, oh, okay. All right, you get the chat GPT. It is somewhat helpful. Maybe I should try the chat GPT sometime. You can have IntelliSense when you right click. That's a caret. Text autocomplete? That's useful. You love it? It's a game changer? That's cool. Yeah. Is that something you pay for? I'm not gonna lie. I've been kind of an ostrich with its head in the ground about a lot of the AI stuff. You know, a lot of people around here have set up their Stable Diffusion locally and got their chat GPT working, but I'm just watching from the sidelines. But the data, the keyframes are on the object. Okay. Okie dokie. So we need to be looking at bmesh again? Or is bmesh bypassing object straight to like geometry? I assume bmesh is not object. It's free, but it's slower. Just account sign up. You paid $20 a month if you want. Or you could pay $20 a month if you want. Okay. I should try it. It could be interesting. I guess in some context it could be like paired coding. Or like maybe paired writing or paired design. Like you give ideas and then ChatGPT kind of writes stuff and then you guide from there. Could be interesting. I'm also afraid that going through ChatGPT is going to be one of those shortcuts. It's like I'm not actually going to learn to write stories well myself. I'm just going to learn to prompt. Or even just seeing different ways to solve things. That is cool. I usually have a couple of ways in my head to solve things, but I don't have almost any background on Blender Python. bpy.context, okay. .object. Okay, so that gives us an object. Or you can find where the data comes from by doing it in the UI and then check the info panel what the data path is. I might need to know more about that. The info panel. Does that mean I need an info panel? Is this an info panel? Because that looks like an info sign. You see it more like a mentor, similar to the internet? I mean, all due respect, you shouldn't get a mentor that is like the town fool. Like, ChatGPT can't tell right from wrong or true from false. So, like, you know, make sure you have one of those Himalayan salt lamps when you're having ChatGPT mentor you. It's a fast way to get info from the web, really. That's cool. That's a good way to put it, I guess. That makes it seem really promising. Now change a keyframe manually and see what info panel says. Fair. Let's go. We need to be in. Here's my rig. Pose mode. Hand. Oh, shoot. Hello? Where are all the keys? They might be on the non-linear animation. And then we have to push this to start editing stashed. And it has been a minute since we did animation in Blender. I think we start editing. And then that gives us points on the graph editor. Yeah. Okay, so if I select something, and I move it. Oh, I love this. Cryogi, I've been complaining about not having something like this for a while. Interesting when you come out with the tidbits. Okay, so don't quite know how to get the keyframe from the object yet. Comment that out. But the next thing would be to move something bpy dot ops dot transform dot translate. Makes sense. And then yeah, there's stuff. Look up what all the flags or arguments are. Okay. Looking through, we just need translate. Oh, it's nice that we have resize. Oh, and shear? That's an interesting one. I was gonna ask if transform was like the end all be all, but translate looks to be just as long. I don't know where to start complaining. How many stupid arguments this can take. Gee, really? And just had a couple different functions? Snap is kind of useful, I guess. Snap normal. Of course, this works for 3D as well, right? Oh man, yeah, it's so much. Too utilitarian. So we have to have an active selection. That makes sense. So we actually have to, how do we do the selection? Does this, but this one's not context, right? Python ops transform. Well, I guess it does say move selected objects. Okay, so I still don't know how to select exactly. Oh, want value. I think that's the important one. Just right. We need the X and the Y. Like 0.5, 0.50. So I remember which ones matter and which ones don't. Excuse me. I don't know where to start complaining. Danger 2023. It's a good quote. I like that one. We need to get a quote bot up. I mean, am I alone here though? Like, okay, cool. So you made a function and it's very useful, but like everything. Remove on cancel? Remove elements on cancel? Like, how is that a useful argument within a translate? So like if I move it, and again, it's just a function, right? So you call the function. It's not a context where you're like calling the function and it opens up a tool and it's waiting for a couple of click selects and then it'll go through and you hit enter, right? Like it's just a function. You call the function, you call the command, and it moves the thing and it's done. But it has to have this whole thing about if it gets canceled, are we going to delete what you're working on? Like, I don't know. Treasure trove of complaints here. I can rant for days on this. I'm adding the F curves. You would look at context and data to find the keyframes. Sounds good. Oh, let's write that down. pp.context. So one of these will hopefully bear fruit. Did it insert by accident? Of course it did. Okay. Also, do you think this is all we need for translate? We don't need to represent every variable, do we? I guess they tell me. And almost all of them are optional. Optional. Cool, okay. Yeah, just all optional. We don't need anything. We don't even need to move anything. Okay. It's funny I could call translate to just do nothing. Okay. See if I have something that's open already to something close, like anim operators. That's crop, right? So we'll check context. Key. Ooh, we have selected editable keyframes. That's a thing. I don't know how to go into sub, but that's fine. I don't know if I want to be making a tool where I have to select specific keyframe. Like, it'll be useful, I guess, somewhere, but in general, I think I just want to like tell you what range we're working over and what we're doing over that range. So we actually just need to do the selection. So we probably in data then, right? So data access. Keys. Oh, does that mean everything's a dictionary already? I feel like my hands are bound. Like, okay, where do we go from here? What's in the Blender data? Tell me. Oh, okay, I guess we just get everything. So we can get the selected one, right? Context reading though, like if we're selecting something, right, this says we have the rig selected, but we actually have a control selected. So which one's the active? Confused. But then we can dig into data dot would the keys be here? Or is there an object and then keys? Objects. So we go through objects first. Animation data. Okay, okay, getting somewhere. Oh, we might actually have to automate going to and from NLA. Keys. Finding things. I don't fully know how it's all gonna connect yet, but we'll get there. Why does everything have an animation data? Like node tree animation data? Is that really necessary? It's like some of these are stubs. Elaine, see you later. The control is the active. Did you run the script? Wait, run what script? This that sets a frame and then translates something? We don't have anything selected yet. We're still figuring out how to select a key. Which is it like bpy dot data dot objects. Then we need a key for how we select the object. I think. Sorry, I'm down a rabbit hole. I'm trying to figure out how I got here. So this should be the name of the object? Or do we shortcut it and say that we already have the object? what is the selected object? Py dot. Oh, said it was active. Pseudocode it for a second. Would this be a shortcut to the objects and then specific one and then dot anim data? Not anim, animation underscore data. Lowercase t. And then within the animation data, confused. So this would be the struct for the animation. So we have multiple of these. Key animation. So many references. There's so much animation data. Okay, wait. BPY is the context, so the manually selected object is already the selected object. Okay, are we having a misunderstanding though? Because this would technically work. Like this would move the selected object, but I want to move just the key. Which could be different, right? Because if I select a key that is like location Z, then the translate of the XYZ is in a different orientation than just moving it in 3D space. Right? Oh man, it's getting late. All right, let me, excuse me, I'm dying. Let me take a quick break. I'll be back very soon, and we'll continue trying to figure out how to affect animations through code in Blender. Sit tight. Okay, I am back. Here we go. Now, if you wanted to select other F-curve points, you would go through bpy.data, try to find the collection, set the F-curve point to selected and active, and change it that way. That's you. Yeah. I mean, it's totally how I was thinking of doing it. That was legitimate, like at least partly how I was thinking about doing it. You said find the collection. So as long as we're not talking about collections, but like the array of key data points, then yeah, I think we're on the same page. We're trying to do that here, right? So like get the active object and then it should have animation data on it, right? Am I doing this wrong? Like, yeah, again, eventually we would put this in a loop, right? For thing in animation data. If thing. Yeah, this wouldn't be the key, this would be the data object itself, right? So then you would do thing dot pull up animation data again. Where was it? I had it. It's confusing because animation data is not the same as the key struct. I need the key struct. Where are we storing the key struct? Unreal 5 Lumen. All right, let's check it out. Wait, really? Sorry, we couldn't find that page? Did something went wrong? Huh? Set active objects. So thing dot wait. How is this good code completion? Keys? Is that really there, or did it just find this word? I don't trust it. Well, at some point, we're gonna do bpy.context. Is it view layer? Why does it seem like there's multiple ways to do the same thing? This is just for the active object. How would I select a key? A key and object? And man, this is hard. You'd print the active object keys to the console? Sounds good. Keep that in. sort of put in commented and menu window, console, toggle console. We could do that. Right? System console, that's what we need. It has. It exists. How do we print? Doesn't actually like complete anything, so I never know if anything I'm typing is correct. Console out. It just prints. Bprint. Cool. We can bprint. And why does this not seem right? Is it really keys with parens after it? That would print all of them? Cool. Yeah, print stuff, sure. Though, would this go in the for? So it's not animation data, you're saying it's keys. Right? And then this isn't this. This would be thing. This? Did I go too far? I bet I went too far. Cool. Object is not iteratable. It's good. Okay. Why does it not like what we say it's good? What's its problem? Yeah, but do I have to do something to keys to make it iteratable? Iterable, I guess, if I want to be correct. So where did my character go? I like anim data dot keys. Op submod op. Guess I could just look up the. I love how I can't highlight anything in this. That's useful. Type error. Okay, looking it up. Keys are getter and keys is correct. Thank you very much. Could not be found. Why? Why are you gonna be like this? Thing. Hmm. But it has no keys. But are these not keys? It's like, why wouldn't it just print nothing then? If it has no keys, instead of giving an error, why wouldn't it just, oh, okay, there's no keys, this loop doesn't run. Confused. Is it not active object? I don't want to like question everything you've told me, because we'd be, questioning a lot of things so far, but there's a chance that rig is actually the active object. Keys are object keys, not animation keys. What is an object key? Legit, what? How does it help to have a difference there? Hmm. Wait, so then animation data? Has no keys. Wait, why there's no animation data? I was told there would be animation data here. Well, I arrived with an appetite, and I'm gonna leave with an appetite. For animation data. But then, yeah, animation data itself is just like action. Okay, wait, what is an action exactly? A blend type. Are you like a whole channel? So much crap. When you get to animation stuff, this might be more complicated than Maya. I cannot tell you whether that's a good or bad thing. I don't know if you actually get more functionality. It's just more complicated. It's a key value pair. Okay, so wait, how do we get the keys? If I understand you correctly. So for thinking keys, then we're doing active object. But then, do we need keys? Dot keys? Because this is kind of where my brain goes when you tell me that last thing you just said. But that doesn't seem right. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Try printing active object. Gotcha. It could be a problem if I just comment this out because of formatting. Run script, run script, run script. It literally tells me nothing. I guess it's printing out module. Thank you for printing out the literal string that is the variable name. Like, right? I mean, it's not the literal string, it's printing like the object or something. I don't know. I don't even know. Let's just double check. If I press play again, yeah, now there's 4. So it is just printing this out. Is it like dot name? Do we get a name? Oh my god, I can't with this. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay, thank you for printing that out. Yep, that is the memory location for the name, definitely. For derf, yep. This that was a pointer. How do we go from pointer to data? Man, I feel really baffled. Blender's amazing at this. So good. So good at like providing like endless enigma. From someone that likes puzzles, it's a good thing. From someone that likes productivity, it's questionable. We'll get there someday. Hmm. Okay, wait. This is kind of interesting. So this is getting a bone. Object armature. And then it has to get a sub bone. Right. So it's just me, or is nothing really very context sensitive? Like, there's a lot of context minded programming happening, but I also see it just missing entirely. Like hard code all the things. So data.objects, this is every object that exists, right? And then it's getting the one called armature. And then we're getting the data from the object, and then the bones from the data. Do we need to be doing something similar? Okay. I know it's messy. I just need to be in a clean space. So we say you don't have to declare anything. So y dot data dot objects, and then we just have to go with, wait, do we, so this is actually a type, or do you think they actually have something named armature in their scene? Because then they say arm equals the objects. data, just the data, cool. And then we're looking at the armature dot bones, and then a hard-coded name. Great. Bones. I don't even want to be working on bones. So this is the keys, right? Like we were trying to use before. It turns custom property keys. Cool. Thanks for the colloquialism, my young youth. Very cool. The return type is ID property group view keys. Grrarg. No, I like have to figure this out. Is it just that this is something I'm not dealing with properly? You just don't know Blender's chosen programming paradigm yet. You have an inkling, but you know you can assume nothing. That's how I feel, is that I don't think it has one programming paradigm. I think it was invented by a Hydra that couldn't decide how they wanted it to function, and therefore you might have a couple Hydras that don't finish what they're working on. You might have some Hydras that don't care about artists doing animation when they were doing their part. You have some that are like doing things through context, and then you don't have any Hydra that's like making sure it's all cohesive. Hail Hydra. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to be pro shield because shields, like what an organization to cheer for. I just can't. Man, half of them were Hydra. More than half were Hydra. Colton was the only real shield man. But yeah, do you feel that too? Am I alone here? Like in some ways it's like, okay, one programmer went out of their way to make sure that all of the data was organized in a way that you could find it. Completely different task from using that data or like doing things to that data, selecting that data. Like I stored it, it exists. Good luck swinging vine to vine to get where you need to go. Yeah, ID property group view keys. Where do we find this? Google. Just like everything has keys. It's the key value. Your dictionary. And why didn't like so baffled? Goodness. And to try and do anything, I have like a million tabs open. I just don't love that this is where documentation has gone. It's so organized to the point where like, I don't know, I'm trying to do one thing. I need all of these tabs to tell me like relevant things in and around one piece of data. And this is a function. Struct.keys is function. What? I don't feel like structs and functions are things that like they kind of coexist, but they like don't talk to each other at parties. I think it went like this. We've written Blender in C++. Do you expect users to extend it with C++? No. You can expose an API in Python, but you can change nothing. I mean, yeah. It's in. You know what? We can be thankful that they didn't pick Lua. Not that I'm gonna hate on Lua, but isn't that the knee-jerk reaction when people are like usability, extensibility? We'll just throw some Lua in there, and everyone can code their own. Yeah, Python is at least a little bit more hopeful. And then keyframe insert. Like, what is my prop? Like the specific bone called bone. My prop dot nested. Is this like a whole property structure? I don't know. So lost. So I don't know if it's ever gonna get better. I think it's one of those things you just gotta learn. Wish there was more examples, or it's easier to find examples. Maybe we can just look for that. Blender Python key alteration. No, that's not a word people would use. What words do people use? Change? Yeah, please change. That's what normal humans say about things. How do I change the name of a shape key? Get out of here. Everything's about shape keys. I'm not gonna lie, I think they used key in too many of the things. Animation key change? My prop is an actual custom property. Oh. Okay. You can add custom properties to objects, just like that, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. How do you add them? How mutable are these objects? Can I just like make up a variable and assign something to it? Okay, some people have asked the good questions. How to move keyframes using Python. Data, actions. What is this? I have to know an action name? What is an action? I mean, I kind of know what actions are, but like, I don't know. No one used the context thing, and I actually think I want to be using context. I think it makes a lot of sense for me. But anyway, actions will have F curves in, I'm sure, and that's where we get the keyframe points. And then .co. Oh, you can also access co. This way, what is co? co is the least intuitive thing in this whole thing. A lot of this kind of makes sense, especially because I've kind of played with these. Okay, I guess we do have an action here. So wait, does the curve just get an F curve? Or the control? Does that just get one F curve? Or is that... Is this something that always has to be there? Like, why are actions so baked in? Are they like layers? I'm trying to wrap my head around this because it's like, why would you have to go through this if like you had a pipeline that doesn't need whatever these actions are? It's like ways to group curves. It also seems like a really arbitrary thing. But that's so Blender, right? To add an arbitrary thing that might help 1 out of 1,000 people that everyone now needs to traverse to get to anywhere that everyone would want to touch a thing. You added custom properties so you could easily access animations in the exported which you used in 3.js on a web project. Was that the clock? Sorry, not to downplay it. It was more than a clock. It was a very complex chronometer. Cool. Yes, my memory works. Dude, what is the context here? Like, if I had multiple characters, like, I'm not even sure which one. Is it F curves that would tell me which control that we're on? I have to do it by index, which is great. Because index is definitely what you think about when you're doing animation stuff. It's doable. I might need to sleep on it and let this stuff sink into my brain. Okay, drop this. That was dumb. I'm sure it worked for whoever, but let's at least note down bpy dot data actions name. There we go. Unless a name's not the name of active object, right? Not like a shortcut I don't know about. Because that would be fantastic, actually. That'd make a lot of sense. And I'll just type it out and then dot co. What is co? I assume this is the point. They say that there's a 0 and a 1 or an x and a y. Okay. Cool. So we don't really want to touch time usually. So value would be 1. Okay. Now we'll like, I guess, hard code the actions for now. How do you do a Python loop? For I equals 0? Is that a thing? And look it up real quick. You get what I meant. Don't have to apologize. Trust that you didn't mean to offend, and you can't offend you. I'm glad that we have that kind of relationship, Craigie. That means a lot to me. Assumptions are the father of all FFs. It's true. But if you don't, I guess that's why you have to fail all the time, right? Because you have to learn what actually is messing up. Okay, I guess I'm gonna do it the Python way because that's the right way, clearly. So for I in range, right? No, I think I'm already doing it wrong. Range, and then in the range you put is it length? Len for length? I think we knew. But in range, yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. And then we need to do the same thing for keyframe points, I guess. And if we get something working today, I'll be pretty excited. Very poggers. For index in 0 to 100. I mean, range should be 0 and the number that we put in, right? And the length of the curves. Right? Or is it inclusive? If it's inclusive, it's -1. Let me error it out first. I would rather have an error than have a blind spot. Right? I can't be alone there. Hi there. And keyframe point. I think that's right. I mean, if any of it right, then it could be right. And I guess we could do if 0, that'll be the time is less than, let's put in start equal, say 190. Time end can be 195. It's less than time end. And yeah, that's the word. This is, how do I scroll? Where's the side-to-side scroll? That is so scuffed. How can I format? Can I put new line characters in this if somewhere? Like, can I put the and under the if? I'm gonna freak out, right? Greater than time. Start. Okay, let's see. And if it crashes, it's all gone. I didn't back it up. Be a great way to end the stream. Like, also, why would it take so long? I guess there's a lot of points. Maybe there's a lot of points. I don't know how many curves there are. This is going to be a weird one. If anything comes out of this, it's going to be very odd. Because we're indiscriminate over what actual animation curve we're on. And if animation curves are like, you know, translate X, translate Y, translate Z, rotate, scale, all of those, and we're just adding 2 to everything, rotation won't matter too much, but it'll be a little cattywampus. Translation will be shifted a bit. It's also going to be a giant. Don't forget, no undo from scripts. Maya has it. It's a really nice feature. Is there a way to hook your scripts into an undo? The a name var won't work anyway, because no single quotes. Is that why we're crashed? Probably. This is nothing. Not that I'm printing anything, but I sigh. Why couldn't it just be like, nope? It had to go and run it, and it killed itself. And now all of that text is stuck behind not responding milky overlay. Can't copy it. I can't paste it. I can't save it. Because you didn't give it a value. But this would be the value, right? If I put quotes around it. But right now I'm saying it equals another variable that hasn't been declared. Or am I not understanding correctly? I'd like to give it a type. That would be great. I could be like string space variable name. Right. Okay. That makes sense. This might be dead. Maybe this is where we sign off for today. Come back, restart tomorrow. This could be useful for anyone. Am I wasting my time making a tool? Hope Callus is okay. Sure, Callus is very busy. But yeah, I guess we can start again tomorrow with the whole Blender Python stuff. I'll check the VOD tomorrow and we'll retype out this correctly. Hmm. So yeah, if we're gonna keep doing tools for a little bit at least, I don't think it's a bad idea. I forgot that we should probably either have this in Maya work on selected controls or let you fill out like a list with all the controls you want to work on. Maybe we can make this a little fancier. And we should probably also have a top. I think what does this do? How do you use it? Okay, so this is doing turn rig animation. I just want turn animation. And the text says select a control. Set variables. Actually, I think you can select multiple controls. Perfect. I kind of forget how to do stuff. Is it a separator? Just separator. Right. Width. Get a height. Okay. Oh, I remember there being a horizontal rule. Maybe it was a separator. Doesn't like that. Or there's one that gives you like a bar, an actual divider. Anyway, yeah, we'll expand this tomorrow. We'll get into some Blender stuff tomorrow. Or more Blender stuff tomorrow. Because it's milky. You want milky on us? Anyway, let's try to find someone to raid today. A little bit harder than yesterday. Khan is around. There's always the low-hanging fruit. I like her whole cat world. I want to see more of her tabletop. .3D modeling? We could try animation again. I feel like people that do animation here are mostly like motion graphics people or 2D. We need more 3D animators. There's a person. There's a person in 3D. Looks like Maya even. What is? No, wait. You know, Photoshop and Blender are looking more and more alike. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. Wait, we have some options here today. If there's anyone still around. Is anyone around that wants to raid? Am I just like popcatting right now? Oh, you know, we could do Revere. Could do Revere. Yeah, let's do Revere. Revere doesn't care if it's a one viewer raid. Okay. Yes, let's do that. Alright, thanks everyone for stopping by. I really appreciate all my lurkers, my VOD watchers, my chatters. You're all wonderful human beings. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a little bit more scripting, then by the end of the week, by Friday, I think we might switch back into like actually animating. Because we should probably do that. And yeah, gotta get back into the swing of like actually working on the game. The frog was a nice distraction. We'll finish the frog, and then we'll get back into stuff like unwrap the procrastination that we've rolled up. So thank you everybody. I'll see you tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you can join me. You can find the Discord link below. Find out when I go live. And with that, bye. Have a great night. Bye.